FTSE in the UK up 51, and the CAC 40 in Paris up 21 points. When you look at the Asia session in the overnight world, Nikkei down 27 points. Shanghai in China up 7, and Hong Kong Hang Seng in China down 41. What does that give us? It gives us 4 markets up, 2 markets down, and that gets us into our pre-market futures here. Where are we pointing? Well, Dow futures are up 36 points, S&P up 5.5, and the NASDAQ futures up 26.75. So we're moving in the right direction. If you're long this market, you're enjoying that this morning after a losing day yesterday. What's happening in the market? Well, you've got oil down about 2% this morning. Let's see if that's held. Yeah, 2.56 now. So getting a tank job on oil this morning. Gold up a little bit, about 0.25%. Actually, this morning 0.17, so a little bit lower. NASDAQ up 2.6% in May. Tech sectors up 0.31. Apple, Microsoft adding to that yesterday. NAS has been on a tear. It looks to be on a tear this morning, moving in the upward position. I want to talk a little bit about volume. Yesterday's volume in the marketplace, 5.68 billion versus a 6.69 billion tape. And that is low, off by about 1 billion shares, and that's Tuesday. We'll see how we do today because everybody was just getting back, I think, from the holiday weekend here in the States, celebrating Memorial Day yesterday, and the market really didn't take off or really didn't do anything. In fact, in the afternoon, I just felt like we were forcing the couple of trades that we took, and it didn't really pay off for us here. No volume, no real impetus in the market to move higher or lower yesterday, just kind of ground lower into the afternoon. So with that being said, we just need to be careful, because what you're going to see here as we go forward into June, into July, and many of these other months to come, June, July, August, September. Danny, good morning to you. It is slow, and that's going to happen. Okay, you know, the market, the traders, the people on Wall Street, they do vacation just like each and every one of us. They do take time off with their family. When that happens, we have people that are out of the market and not trading. So when that happens in a lot of people's book here, you're going to have lower volume. So get prepared, be ready for that. June is a weak month coming up on it, starting tomorrow. September is usually the worst month of the year. August is the second to worst month. So you've got some very poor volume months coming that you just need to adhere to. You need to really trade that morning, get your trades out, get them out early, and be done for the day. Today is the last day of the month, so you should see some good volume today. Friday, we've got the jobs report. Today, we're going to have Chicago PMI at 9:45, home sales at 10, and beige book at 2 p.m. So we've got a lot of numbers that are coming out today that could affect the marketplace, so we need to be on top of that. A couple things on training. We've got Top Trader today. Clifton, if you just remind everybody about that, Top Trader today at 3:15, and then mentoring tomorrow. I'm sorry, today Top Trader at 12 noon. Tomorrow mentoring at 3:15. So today, again, Top Trader, 12 noon today, and Shlomo Cooper is teaching that Top Trader class, so you want to be there for that. Okay, let's discuss a few stocks here this morning. I do like this ADI stock. You can see it here. A little bit low volume in the pre-market. Good morning, Burhan. But I do like this stock, and I will take it over 90 this morning. So that's ADI long over 90. We'll watch that one this morning. Also, you've got big news on Coors, Michael Kors this morning. So we'll be watching this. If we get a move up towards 34, we will be shorting this 34, 34.50. Going to watch this stock. I will just add the announcement in here, and we'll put it down. Coors, K-O-R-S, short. We'll say under 30, under 33, but we're going to probably take this a little bit higher than 33 here this morning. So, yeah. So I was just asked, you know, if September and August are the worst 2 months to trade based on history, do I stay green? Do we do a good job here in the room? And the answer is yes. But you have to be you have to have some expectations about those months, and the expectations are the volume isn't there. So typically in the morning, you'll have decent volume in the morning, but then the rest of the day will be very, very, very slow. So again, we don't do much different. We still look for the same type of patterns, the same type of stocks. It's just that the opportunities that you're going to have are going to be less than typical days, not in the summer months. Okay, so if that makes sense to you, just watch that as we start to go forward here. Okay, with us this morning. We've got Danny Schwartz. Danny, good morning to you. Hopefully you're doing great, or good afternoon to you. Um, Danny's our guest analyst. Michael Arevi. Michael, you heard from Michael earlier, and Michael handles all of our Forex training, trading, and we've got a Forex class coming up too with Michael that he's going to be teaching here starting in another week, and we will get the word out to all of you on that if you want to learn how to trade Forex. Matt Diamond is with us this morning. Good morning to you, Matt. Matt will be here at lunchtime today to kind of give you his perspective, maybe talk a little bit about his trip, talk a little bit about the markets, and a little bit about his journey. Manuk is with us this morning. Manuk is our Russian analyst, Russian trader, leads the Russian trading room each and every day. Clifton is with us too, our TradeNet support manager. And Clifton, good morning to you. Hopefully you're doing well. Also with us this morning, Meir Barak. Amir, good morning to you, or good afternoon. And I will be leading the trading room today. I will be solo today. I do not think I spoke to Meir yesterday evening. I do not think Meir will be here today. If so, he may join us in a little while. So you know what that means. We are going to have a great day, and I'm looking forward to trading today. We've got about 2 minutes before we start, and I'm looking forward to trading today. So let's watch this ADI right out of the gate, and we'll watch a couple of these other stocks that I've got up here. Let's just be careful this morning on what we're doing. I'm watching this JRVR. There's no volume in that stock, but again, anything that you guys see, since I'm a one-man show today, please bring it to my attention. We'll get things rolling the best that we can here. I will pause. I will be right back. We're going to get started here. Futures up. We should move higher this morning. Also like this MNK. You're going to watch MNK this morning too. ADI moving down. Should take ADI right out of the bat here, right out of the get-go. Let's see, PBYI. Yep, PBYI under 75. That looks really good. There's no volume in that stock though. No volume in PBYI. I'll watch that though. I'll put that up on my watch list here. Very good. PBYI under 75. Good job, Tim. Looks good. Okay, traders, 45 seconds to go. 45 seconds to go. If this ADI gets down to 88 or so, I'm going to take some of this ADI right off the bat here. Yeah, ADI long, definitely long. Look under the announcements, announcement tab. It'll show ADI long at 90. See if it pulls down today a little bit, and certainly we'll try to grab some here. NVDA pulling back too. Again, should have a green opening. Here's the bell. Okay, again, watch ADI over 90 here. I'll probably take it 89.50, 89.50 on ADI, ADI 89.50 long, ADI 89.50 long. Coming up on it now. Watch Coors also. And I'm long ADI right out of the gate here. Watch it at 90. Watch it break 90 now. We could have a home run right off the bat here. Watching Coors for a Coors for an entry here. Okay, good. Coors is moving up. Anything under 33, 33, oh shoot, we just missed it. 33.50. Let's let it get over that. Here comes ADI over 90. I will take some off. Boom. What a huge trade, guys. What a huge trade right off the bat here. I'm going to take it off right here. Selling. Okay, just sold 3/4 of the trade. Just have 200 shares left. Should be done with my day in about 2 minutes here into the trading day. Okay, I am going to short some Coors here. Coors under 33.50 short, 33.50 short. Okay, traders, anything under 90, I will let the last 200 shares go here. Boom, there we go. And going to be coming out of 100 shares here. At 40, just came out of 100 more shares. Okay, Coors looking great. Traders, Coors looking great here. Watch it under 33 now. Okay, here's the dollar sound on. Absolutely crush this ADI trade here. That's the way to go, Scott. Way to go. Peg that pre-market, took it, made the money, and away we go. Watch Coors now. I am short Coors 33.50. Cover point, first cover point is going to be under 33. I'm going to let this thing go for a little bit here. Up 900 bucks on the ADI trade. Had 1,000 shares going along on ADI. Just 100 shares left now on the trade. If you haven't entered the ADI trade, watch it here if you want to get in at 89 again. I think I will add to this at 89. I'm going to go in right now. Adding 500 shares at 89. That's great, James. That's great. Long again at 89 here, ADI. Core's looking great. Got full size left on KORS. Full size on KORS. Okay, ACIA looks like a decent short too. I'm going to bring this down here. In fact, I'm going to switch it out with NVIDIA, ACIA, and NVIDIA I'll put up here. Okay, let's take some under 44.50. Let's see if it gets over 45 or 45 here. There we go. Okay, ACIA will be short under 45. Shoot. See if it moves up there. Quite a spread though on the stock right now. See if we get up here now. ACIA short under 45. Let's wait for it here. It moves higher over 45. We should get a good move back down. Good reversal pattern. Still short on the Coors trade. No issues there. In the money on Coors, in the money on ADI. ADI look forward it going back towards 90. And Coors under 33. If we do get under 33 on Michael Coors, I'm going to tell you that I'm going to add to the trade. Going to add to the trade. Here is the here's the level 2 on ACIA. Let's wait for that to move up. And I'm already in the ADI trade, so I'm going to switch this over to Coors. KORS. There we go. And I'm going to add to the trade under 33. Here we go. Watch it. Okay, I am short more. This is really going to be a great trade. Look at that thing go. 2 home runs right off the bat, traders. 2 home runs right off the bat here. Okay, still have full size. Going to cover off 1,000 shares here at 32. Where can I go here? Okay, let's go 32. Come on, under 32.80 here. Let's go under 32.80. Come on, stay low. Keep going. Ah, right back up to 33. Here we go, back down. Come on, flush out. Flush out. Under 32.80 is where I'm going to cover. Under 32.80. Under 32.80. About 17 cents to go. Okay, ADI not looking good. Again, just 100 shares left of ADI. Waiting for this ACIA to bounce back up here. ACIA. What has happened to our NVDA? Wow, NVDA getting crushed now. Okay, market down into the red. Yeah, I had it. I've got 600. I'm sorry, John Collo. I got 600 shares. ADI. Here's my 500 bought at 89.05. So come on. Waiting on Coors. I've got full size on Michael Kors here. Under 32.80 traders. Under 32.80. No, it will. John Cole, it will. I believe in that ADI. I think it sees over 90, and if it does see over 90, we've got another home run here. Here comes ADI. Yeah, break of 88. Yes, break of 88. I really need Coors to get under this 32.80 here. We got 10 cents to go, traders. 10 cents to go. More than full size on this trade here. On Coors, K-O-R-S. $6 to go. 7 cents to go. Come on. Here we go. 1 cent to go. I'm going to come out of 1,000 shares under 32.80. There we go. Big move down. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, just came out of 1,000 shares. KORS. 500 shares left. KORS. Here's the move down. Nice move here. Boom. Boom. Good move down. Good move down here. KORS. Now we just need ADI to come back up. Come out of the rest of the course here under 32.60 probably as we get down to the 32.50 range. We missed this ACIA. That's too bad. There goes PBYI for you that were asking about that. That just came under $75 here now. Come on, ADI. Yeah, I agree with you on the ACIA. Yeah, it's not bad. It's about 8-10 cents. I'll move that level 2 out of there. Course, I'm just watching the action here as you guys are. Again, we've got the Chicago PMI coming out at 9:45 today. 9:45. It's all right. You don't have to have a big size when it moves that far down. Okay, come on, ADI. There's 500 shares left on KORS. Thank you, Mohammed. I think it would be prudent over 33 to take the rest off here on Coors. As much as I want it to go down, I'm not willing to risk that big move over 33. So I'm going to watch that. I will cover over 33. Last 500 shares. Come on, keep us in the trade. There we go. Come on, ADI, don't give it up. Do not give it up. Be nice if Coors took another dive here. Took out the low at that 32.50. Good for you. Good for you, Konstantinos. Very good. That's $2,182 on an $8,000 account. So we almost did what? That's 25% in a morning on the account. Not a bad job, my friend. Not a bad job. That's awesome. Good for you. Happy for you, man. It's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Come on, here we go. Coors, take the low out. Take the low out. Still have 500 shares left in the KORS trade. I want to see it under 32.50. I will cover. The break of 32.50 I will cover. Got to drop 32.60 first. We'll see that, hopefully. Here we go. Come on. Here comes ADI. Okay, traders, here's what I'm going to do. Anything over 32.75 now, 32.75. There we go. There's the break of 32.60. Come on, take out the low, 32.50. I'll take 400 of my 500 shares off right here. See if we get break below 32.50 here. 5 cents to go. Watch KORS, 5 cents to go. 6 cents to go. 8 cents. Okay, I'm going to cover right here, guys. Okay, I'm taking 400 shares back out. All right, ADI coming back up. I'm only down 19 bucks on the trade on ADI. I think I'm averaged 89.05 on it. Okay, just 100 shares left of Coors. Okay, ADI is looking great. ADI is looking fantastic now. Yep, I'm still got 100 shares left. Traders, just where are we right now? 14 minutes into the day, up 1843.33. Just really 3 trades, 4 trades, I guess you could call it, by adding to some of these, and you know, not bad for 15 minutes. Now, just a couple of comments here that I wanted to make as we're watching ADI move up and Coors move down. We've just absolutely nailed these 2 trades today. Got a little nervous on ADI a few moments ago, but I think we're going to see back up to 90 and then some here. Market's down just 3 points on the Dow. S&P up 1.7, and the NASDAQ is green as well. So listen, this is you've got to be a precise killer when it comes to the summer months, and we're going to talk about that, being very surgical, being very quick with our actions, looking at 2 to 4 stocks only. these are the type of actions that you want to follow as you get into the summer months. And today is, we've really come out of the gate really well today, so it's easy to talk about. But that's what you want to do. You want to focus on just a couple of stocks. You don't want to be all over the place. You want the market to come to you. You want to get in there and get out. Make yourself $1,800 in 14 minutes, and then call it a day. And we're going to add to this because right now this ADI, anything over 90, and this will be a killer day, absolutely killer day for me. So yeah, great, Mandisa, great. Listen, and for those of you guys, thank you, Benjamin. And for those of you guys that are, again, I say this all the time, and I'm going to give you some of the best advice I think anybody can get. Okay, so this, what I'm about to say, is worth its weight in gold. Okay, if now 15 minutes into the day, if you are up for the day, I don't care if you're $20 up, 200, 2,000, 20,000. Okay, what you need to do, listen closely, what you need to do is you need to tell everybody in the room, have a great day. I appreciate what everybody's done for the day, and I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, there is no reason other than if you want to sit here and chit chat and talk and learn, that's great. But you know what? I think you need to just say have a great day, sign yourself out, go do something else that makes you happy. Okay, take off, enjoy the rest of the day, and go for it. Okay. Okay, I've got the 100 shares left of Coors. I'm not going to let it go against me here. So what is my average? 33.36 with the ad. Danny, you need to sell some of that so this thing goes down again. Yeah, very true. Very true. Yeah, and Amir brings up a awesome, Hungly. Good. Have a great day, my friend. Listen, Amir brings up a great point. Okay, and I only talk about low volume because you're going to hear about that and you're going to see the low volume, but you're only going to see the low volume if you sit around all day long. So I'm going to be trading throughout the day, throughout the afternoons, and you will see the lower volume in the afternoon. Okay, but I think today's a great example, and as we get into June and you start to see lower volume, again, being a trader, to Amir's point, you can come in, move in quickly, move out, and be done, and you're not going to be affected by the low volume. Okay, you're only going to be affected by the low volume if you stick around all day, or if you're looking for trades late in the day, late in the morning. Then you'll start to see that. So. Okay, all is well. Still in Coors, still in the ADI trade, and just missed this ADI top here. We'll see if this thing goes and continues here. That push up towards 90. Again, I think it does see 90 one more time here, hopefully soon, so we can get out of the rest of the trade and be done. Awesome, awesome, Tobago. Very good, very good. Well, I'll tell you what, we've talked about it before. Meir has said it before, and we'll say it again here. It doesn't take but one good trade a day. It also doesn't take but one bad trade a day to kind of ruin the day. Today we've had two great trades right out of the gate, and it sets us up very well. And now, as a professional trader, advice to you is you switch that brain of yours to kind of a defensive mode. Okay, you've got money in the bank, whether you're up $20, $200, or $2,000. You switch that mindset to, hey, I'm only going to take some great trades. I'm going to do it with maybe a little bit less share size, just so I can continue and keep my profits, and then go from there. And make sure that you're looking. Now's the time to kind of educate yourself on chart patterns. Start looking around at trades. Start looking around at the way that that some of the stocks are looking right now. Again, just to let everybody know, I'm still long ADI. I may be out of ADI coming up here. Any break of 88, I will come out of it. Absolutely, Donald. That's perfect. Happy for you, my friend. Perfect, David. That's good. That's good. Yep. Like Danny says, save the money you made. Okay, Mohammed, you take care of yourself, brother. Good to be with you. You're welcome, Key. You're welcome. Hey, I love it. I love it. Come make your money. Be part of the TradeNet program. Don't forget, though, that those of you guys that are leaving, we do have Top Trader today I'm sorry, we have Top Trader today at 12 noon. Tomorrow, mentoring at 3:15. So it never stops. It never stops. You know, yesterday, just to reflect on yesterday, you know, I gave back some money in the afternoon and wasn't really proud of, just like what we were talking about. You know, had I turned things off like you guys did, or you guys are doing in the morning, right after you made your money, I would have been up close to $1,000, and instead I was a $238 winner yesterday. But I gave some back in some poor afternoon trading. And but then, as you look at it today, as you come into today's trading day, I've more than made up for that. So, okay, here's ADI, watching it here down towards the bottom. Yeah, Neil, his second wife, Nvidia, is not treating him too well this morning, unless he shorted it. I don't know. I mean, if you look at Nvidia, you pull it back in here. We'll take a look at it real quick. What am I doing here? Okay, yeah, cores. I'm going to take this level 2 off of here. There we go. Yeah, look at NVIDIA, go to that daily chart now. You could just see this big, huge move up. You're going to have a pullback. Maybe the pullback goes to 140 and then we start to take off, just depending on the market, overall market right now. Okay. So we'll continue to watch that stock. I mean, you'd like to think that it would bounce back today, but the market now is red by 36 points, S&P down by 2, and the Nasdaq's red. So all three markets start off with the futures being higher, and now they've given all that back. No, we had the only thing that you had today. You had the Chicago PMI just came out, and then in 5 minutes we've got home sales. Now at 10 o'clock hour, we're gonna watch this. Home number come out, because the housing numbers can affect the market. So we'll watch this. Okay, there goes ADI. I'm out of the ADI trade. And just got out under 88. Cores, I'm still in, still holding cores. Yeah, NVIDIA finally bouncing now at this 144 area. EXAS maybe at 36 break. We'll see. See where this market is going. There's the ACIA now over 45. Could be interested in that as well. Look at big. Okay, I will. Hertz coming down HTZ. Okay, let me look at big here. BIG. Notorious. Yeah, I mean it's down. It closed at what, 49.89, almost $50, and now it's at 48.89. So down a couple of bucks this morning. Very, very low volume on BIG. So Hiro, I would probably stay out of the trade just based on the volume. Just based on the volume here. Oh, SIG. Sorry. My fault. Guess if I could read, I wouldn't be. Yeah, SIG was one of my favorite stocks about, what, a couple weeks ago. I took this thing for a lot of dough. I mean, under 46, let me take a look at the daily here. Here's what I'm looking at here on SIG. Maybe look at the daily. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that looks really good. I'll take this trade with you guys. Okay, for SIG under 46, traders, I am still in the cores trade. I'm out of ADI. I'm going to move ADI out of here. Let me make this a little skinnier here so I can get 3 charts up here. There we go. So SIG, let's go ahead and make the announcement in the room. That's SIG short under 46. May have to wait on it a little bit. Yeah. Market now down 60 points. I don't know why Coors is not crashing, but it should. This ACIA still looks to be a decent player under 45. ACIA. Remember we talked about this earlier today. Look at ADI now. Hmm, hmm, hmm. Core still in play. Yeah, HTZ. HTZ. If the market would turn, you could take it over $10. It's right there right now. Guys, I'm still in the cores trade. Just 100 shares left. Look at NVIDIA go. Yep. And home sales out right now and weaker. Here we go. Down 1.3% home sales. That's not good. Biggest drop for pending home sales since June of 14. Since June of 14, that's the headline there. So that's not good. And the market now getting worse, down 70 on the Dow. And Coors is looking good now. So we'll watch Coors under 3250 here. See if SIG, we'll keep an eye on this. I'm tempted to take some shorts right now on SIG. Now let's give it a go. SIG short right now, traders. I'm going to take it right now. SIG 78, 500 shares short. SIG. Where am I getting it here? 82. Okay, I'm short. SIG. Sorry for not posting it beforehand. SIG short 46.82. 46.82. And stop loss on this thing will be, we're going to watch it at 47. If it breaks through, then 47.20, I will come out of the trade. I think the market's pointing down here, and this stock should start to roll over here. Just moving past 47. Here comes Coors. Look at Coors, traders. Look at Coors. Watch 3250 now. You know, another trade would be taking the short under 3250. That's low of day on KORS. Low of day KORS 3250. I think what I'll do is I'll probably come out of the rest of it here. If we get back over 3270, I think it does break here. I think it does break. Yeah, ADI just bouncing back here. Could take ADI over that 8875 area. But I'm in this SIG trade. This SIG trade is costing me right now. Still in the SIG trade. Watch Coors here. 10 cents to go on KORS. 10 cents to go on KORS. Hertz is continuing to go down. SIG, come on. I think the Coors trade breaking 3250 has its merits. I think we can add right there to the short. Okay, almost out of SIG. Just going to give it a little bit of wiggle room here. And I am out of SIG with a loser. SIG with a loser. And I will enter this trade again under 47. I think it's a good short here. I think it's a good short. Let's see, ARRY. Not that big a volume stock, not bad. I mean, 760 would be your short here on ARRY. No, I'm careful still. I'm careful and cautious here. This SIG did cost me though. Not too bad. Not too bad. Looks like it wants to fill this gap up. And again, I'm looking to get back into this. I'm looking to get back into the SIG trade. I think we could do some damage under 47 here. Waiting for Coors to cover here again, 32.50. Coors got about 11 cents to go. I mean, you could take it long for the gap fill here on SIG. You got some declining volume though, and the market is down. Market's down almost 80 points now on the Dow. Okay, watch SIG here. Coors has popped up. ADI, I know that Danny was telling me about ADI. ADI at 89 here. It looks tempting. Looks tempting. You've got the VWAP right in front of it. Right here. You got this would be your entry right here at 80, 88.75, 89 would probably even be better right there at the VWAP. I'm going to watch this. It'll be on the other screen so I don't crowd up the viewer here. Watch SIG one more time under 47. SIG under 47. Here's the SIG trade. I'll take this under 47. I'll make the announcement here. There we go. See if we can get this. Nope. There we go. There goes Coors. If you've added on the Coors trade, I missed the ad here, but I am going to cover off the rest of my Coors trade and be done. I'm out of Coors. Done with the Coors trade. I think we see more. I mean, if you're still in the trade, I do think we see more on Coors. It's got nowhere to go but down. 7 cents to go on SIG for entry here. Okay, SIG just came down. Touch 47, didn't break through, so let's hold your horses on it. Yeah, right on, Gregory. I see that. I see both sides to it. You know, it could fill the gap here and start to move all the way up. SKX. Let's take a look at SKX. ADI is starting to move up here. Okay. SIG higher. Coors, if you're still in the Coors trade, good for you. Looking for additional trades right now. NVDA bounced up higher. Market right down 61 points. 61 points now on the overall market. Yeah. Okay, maybe SIG will turn here. You know, I think the ACIA trade, just not enough volume in this thing here. Otherwise, I'd be short the stock. Yeah, ADI not doing anything. Okay, still looking for an opportunity here. NVDA moving higher. This Hertz HTZ looks like breaking 980 could be something here, but stocks up for the day, so I'm not going to mess with it here. You're long NVDA. Congratulations. Great trade for you. Okay, just watching the action now on SIG, just kind of coming up here. Again, take a look at the volume here on SIG. It's been coming down. Uh, really shouldn't be moving much higher here. We'll see it. We got our stop losses in place. ADI has moved big time down. Stock is dead. Good thing we made our money out of that early, right? Yeah, Danny says, this could be a big down day. It very well could be. Very well could be here. So we start to go forward into the late morning. Yeah, no turnaround in the market, so to speak. ADI firming up a little bit here. Okay, maybe SIG now. We'll see if it comes down. Okay, here comes SIG. Watch it. 47 entry now. 47 entry on SIG. Ajinka, you take care of yourself. You're welcome, bud. Have a great afternoon. Okay, Chunming, you take care too. You have a great afternoon. Okay, SIG close. Just has not broken it down. You know, 47. If we get in at 47, it's got to be up here at 47.88. It's going to be a pretty big stop loss on it. Yeah, SKX, very nice, Danny. PF. Wow, PF, yeah, very nice. Nice move. What do I think about TXN? Let's see. Texas Instruments, is that it? Yeah. You know, over the top, that spike candle for the high, 83.06 would be where you'd go long. Okay, SIG looks like it wants higher now. Interesting. CC, let's take a look at CC. Yep, under 39 looks good. Looks real good. Here's what CC's looking like. You don't have a lot of volume here with the exception of this spike down here. So just be careful. Market's really not moving right now. We're kind of stuck at the bottom. Let's take a look at CUBI. Oh wow. Is CUBI halted? Wonder what that was all about. Would have been a great short way up here, right? That's the one you don't want to get into. You see this over here, there's absolutely no volume, huge spike. I would stay away from that. Yeah, it looks like SIG is going to fill the gap up to 48 now. Yeah, I'm already out of the Coors trade, so no real skin off my back here. EXAS about ready to go over that 36. It just did rise over 36 and maybe go higher. Yeah, I mean ADI, again, ADI is going to be, I wouldn't be surprised to see it back at 90 again today, but maybe 88.75 if you're looking for an entry in the stock, 88.75, 89. ADI continues to move higher. Yeah, we'll watch it, Danny. If it gets through 88.75, you might have something here. I think it hits. I think it hits 90 again. It's up for the day. It's in a down market. It's got some energy behind it. It's got a little bit of volume. It's not a low volume stock. I mean, it's got everything rolling in the right direction right now. PRGO. Let's take a look at it. CC coming back down now. This is slow stock. Yeah, PRGO looks good. Looks like it wants more. Again, this is what you're going to get into, late in the morning now. Lower volume leads to, very little as far as stocks that have momentum and are really going to move in one direction or the other. ACIA on the right side here looking really good, trying to fill that entire gap. SIG turned down. Yeah, Meir has got a class in Germany today that he's training, and it's a live class actually. Here comes SIG. I don't want to put too much on this, but we'll see if this thing busts through 47. Don't know, the Dow's still down, NASDAQ's still down, S&P's still down. SIG coming back down. Danny, I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at it here. I'm looking at the market. We're like at a standstill. Okay, here comes SIG again. Watch it. 47 entry SIG. 16 cents to go. See if we get that move under 47 here for the entry. Could be pretty quick. Yeah, it is, Tomas. Yep. Okay, still not there yet. Still not there. Just watching it here. Very slow market right now. A nice move, Danny, on SKX. Beautiful. Still holding it. Still watching SIG. Traders, I'll be right back. What is Mr. Tesla doing today? Let's see. Oh yeah, running higher. Why not, right? Market's down and Tesla's running higher. Seems like that's the way it works. Watch ADI here too. It'll be interesting. Okay, watch SIG now. Watch SIG getting close. Just touched it and then bounced right back up, so not enough to get me in. Oh, is there terrorist news? Oh, geez, really? Not a day that goes by, right? Not a day that goes by. Traders, do remember we do have top trader today at 12 noon. Top trader at 12 noon today. Wow, ACIA off to the races. Okay, still waiting on SIG here now. I'll tell you what, ADI is very sneaky here, starting to move up higher. Hey, Matt, welcome, my friend. SIG just bouncing a little bit here. Not big. Okay, come on, SIG. Take care of this before lunchtime. Hopefully you get a trade on here. Let's see if we get SIG here to break. Potential Malaysian flight. Wow. I hate to hear that kind of information. I really do. Mm. SIG is about 19 cents away now. 19 cents away. Okay, getting close to SIG. Just very, very slow now in the marketplace. Core's back down. ADI back down as well. Market right now down 43 points, so not a ton of damage as we speak. Traders, I'll be right back. Okay, traders, SIG moving higher now. Market down 37 points. We've just improved about 7 points, so not much else going on. A little bit slow. HTZ coming now down below 980. Core is very low. Uh, Rest of them, I'm up 1927 now. 1927 total. So I'm going good into the lunch hour now. Just waiting for SIG to pop here. Okay, SIG moving higher now, unfortunately. I don't think we're going to get that opportunity before the lunch hour. Market right now has made a really, really good recovery. Market's only down 13 points on the Dow as we speak. So Now back down. I mean, we dropped 20 points in about a minute and a half, which is absolutely crazy. Traders, remember, in 30 minutes, we do have Top Trader today with Shlomo Cooper. Top Trader with Shlomo today. Okay, still looking for another trade here. We look real flat coming in into that 11:30 hour here now. Okay, ADI is starting to move higher here. Market's really just dead right now. Yeah, I'm looking at that. I am looking at that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace this ACIA with ADI here. I don't think the stock is dead. I think what we'll do is we'll just continue to watch it here throughout the lunch hour, see if we can get a trade in it afterwards. I mean, if I pull it back, I mean, pull it forward here. I mean, if you're getting it right now, geez, I would wait probably till 88.50 and just make sure I can get it. Uh, make sure it gives me some guidance that it's going to go higher. Market right now just doesn't tell me that. Yeah, starting to move, but just very slow right now. We'll see if it breaks to the upside though. SIG right up at the top now. Yeah, I think pretty much right now you're probably looking after lunchtime. Sherry's got about 20 minutes also before we start the top trader course for today with Shlomo Cooper. It's about 20 minutes and we will get started like that. SIG moving up higher now. That would be a long after that 47.88 break. Don't know where we're going to go this afternoon. Now, all that I will say is we're not in a hurry to do much of anything. This NVDA looks good over yesterday's close, 144.87. Let me bring this down in here. Take it over 145. I'll make the announcement here. Okay, NVDA long over 145. We do have a beige book reading that comes out at 2 o'clock today, so we're going to have to watch for that. SIG off to the races now. Interesting how that stock just blew past yesterday's close and is now higher. I look for the stock to come back down, but the market hasn't done anything for the stock really right now. Watch NVDA. Watch NVDA here. 145. Break a 145, we will be long. Watch it. Let's see if we get it here. See if we get that 145. There's again top trader in 10 minutes. Top trader in 10 minutes. If you are a part of that class, part of the top trader class, uh, please head over to the top trader room here in about 5 minutes. Shlomo's just arrived. If you watch NVDA here now, NVDA 145 entry. Want to see it break 145. Okay, traders, about 6 minutes here. NVDA trade, if you're in this trade right now, just watch it at that 145.40. 145.40, 145.40 is where I'm going to come out of it. Just going to take 40 cents here, and I'll probably come out of the entire trade because of the lunch hour. Okay, so watch this 145.40. It's a real nice trade here. Okay, NVDA right back down. I did not take my partial here on NVDA. Good for you, Justin. Way to go. Way to go. Okay, traders, 3 minutes left till we get started on Top Trader. Please head over to the Top Trader room now so we can get things underway. We just have one person in there right now. Anybody that is in the Top Trader course, please head over there right now. We will be recording this, but anybody that is in it, please head over there now. I will take a minute here and announce the class. We'll bring in Matt Diamond here for the lunch hour today, and get that started here in just a minute when I get back. Okay, Gad, you take care of yourself, brother. Have a great day. Okay, traders, I just launched the room, just launched the Top Trader course. Please head over there. If you are involved in that, head over to the Top Trader course and Top Trader room. Clifton will have the link there. He just put it on there. And then I will bring in Matt Diamond. Matt, let's get a sound test here for you. Get you brought in here, and then I'm going to get out of here on lunch hour, and I'll be back to take the afternoon session here.
What's going on, everyone? What's up, Scott? How you doing? Sound check all right?
Hey, Matt. Yeah, welcome back. How are you, my friend?
Doing good. Good to be back.
That's good. How was your morning session here trading?
It was good. I did the old one and done. I had a good trade on course, and that was it.
Boy, isn't that wonderful, right?
Yeah. So good morning.
Well, good for you. Good for you. That's the way to do it. And like I've always said, if I could just trade one stock a day or maybe 2 trades a day, I would be a happy camper. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep. So it worked out great.
Awesome. Awesome. All right, traders, I will see you in this afternoon. I'll be back a little after 1. I'll leave you with Matt Diamond. Talk a little bit about the morning, maybe what he's been doing. Matt, do you want my charts to remain high up here?
Yeah, that's fine because those are pretty much everything I'll be looking at, anyways.
Okay, let me skinny up the NVDA trade here, so we can see the ADI trade. Here's the SIG trade and Coors. So those are the main ones. Traders, I'll put a stop loss on this NVDA trade under 144.50, and I will talk to you guys after lunch. Take care, Matt. Thank you again, my friend.
Okay. Have a good lunch, Scott. See you after. All right. How's it going, everybody? Hopefully everyone had a good morning. I know things have slowed down, but the morning there were definitely some opportunities. Just to kind of touch on what I did, I took one trade on course. I ended up taking a short at 33.55, and I ended up covering that position at 32.70. So I had a nice 85-cent trade. And that was it for me, kind of one and done morning. And then obviously things have slowed down a little bit, so just been watching. Course, Christian, KORS. I know that was one of the main stocks that was traded this morning. I know Scott traded it as well as I see a lot of other people in the room. Yeah, so I know one thing that I've been working on, which I'm sure everybody, just to kind of like talk about the thought process of what I was going through while trading, is one thing that I've been trying to get better at is rather than chasing a stock down if it's breaking down, trying to get in, on the spike, but obviously be careful and not just any spike that there is, take a short. But I ended up jotting out some levels pre-market that I thought were going to come into play. One was 33.60, one was 33.80. So just kind of better risk reward. And that very first move down was followed with a move up, right? So it spiked up, and I actually ended up taking it short into the spike, kind of having risk right around that whole number 34 area. And it ended up being, pretty good risk reward, and then really stress-free after that. So just to kind of let everybody know what I've been working on. I know I tend to chase. That's like one of my weaknesses. I really tend to chase stocks and like almost wait for clear confirmation to take a trade. And I feel like a lot of times when you wait that long, you usually end up getting shaken out. So this is one of my like real first game plans of, having a spike, seeing it fail at a couple levels that I jotted out pre-market, and actually committing and taking the trade and then having it work out. So just really trying to work on better risk reward entries. And it was crazy. Tech fell pretty hard today. It's a very fast breakdown. All the tech names. But all right, so we got ADI still kind of hanging around the lows. That thing totally failed to move higher in the morning. Nvidia just rejected 145. We got cores hanging around the low. See what SPY's going to do. Things have they seem to have really slowed down. So if anybody's obviously looking at any tickers or any charts, feel free to throw them out there. I know we're coming into the summer months, right? So things tend to slow down. So I feel like there's a lot of opportunity in the morning, and then it can get a little choppy in the afternoon. EXAS. Yeah, I mean, and if you just look at that chart intraday, right, it seems like it's really choppy today, right? So as much as I'd like to anticipate the next move, seems hard to do so because it's been really choppy. But that Exis potentially had a shot to like totally break down when it kind of chopped around in the morning. I'm sure it caught a lot of people in the morning, you know, seesaw up down moves, but it just seems a little tough to predict now. I mean, it has been putting in higher lows, right? So, but we're coming up lunchtime, so expecting maybe a reversal, but it's a little choppy, so it's hard to come up with a direction on that one. What is it, TXN? Yeah, I mean, TXN probably looks good to the upside, right? Now, FIVN, pretty good, but not enough volume. Yeah, there's no volume in that. I mean, look at that. Look at that chart, you know? No, I mean, it's total so far, it's only done 190,000 shares traded, you know? I feel like those are tough stocks to trade. ICHR. Yeah, I mean, once again, ICHR is just one of those stocks where there's next to no volume, right? Like, I feel like trying to be a trader, you want to trade, not only A plus setups, but A plus stocks, right? And there's just, I mean, that's no volume. So it seems like that's really tough to trade. So, those are the things that I stay away from. It's only done, 497,000 shares total today. So it would be tough to predict where this one's going to go, in my opinion. But I typically like to trade stock, and I know as well as plenty of other people in this room. Yeah, the CFDs don't require volume, but you got to think about all the other people that are trading not CFDs. The stocks are going to move not just off just you trading it; it's everybody else, right? So I'm not even worried so much about the volume as in getting filled. I'm worried about the volume as in like follow through and normal movement of a stock, right? Because just because we're trading CFDs, there's plenty of other people who aren't, and it's a collective group effort of trading to move stocks, right? So I'm not worried about the fills. It's the actual movement of, when a stock has high volume, it typically tends to move more normal, right? If a stock has really low volume, it a lot of times it can be sporadic, crazy movements that are hard to, anticipate. Matt, do you alter your strategy at all with stocks under the SSR? I mean, look, I'm still learning, every single day with this game, but I'm realizing that with the SSR, you really have to wait for spikes. Like if you short, if you take a stock on a breakdown and it's on SSR, I find that they tend to spike pretty hard. So if you just wait for spikes to try to get, an entry short, assuming that the stock is gapped down, I feel like it's just better risk reward. But at the end of the day, I'm trying to work at shorting spikes in general when they make sense, with good risk reward, because that's if you can get them right with good levels, that's how you get really good risk reward instead of being late to the party, which a big weakness of mine has been I wait a little too long before taking it, and then I get shooken out, and then what did it do? It rolls over right after I get shaken out. Yeah, CFDs only allow you to short on bid and buy and ask. Yeah, so I mean that's why you'd want to mess with stocks that have a tight spread, right? You like it was short more than long. I tend to short more than I do go long, but I like going long. I like going long in this like the bigger name stocks more. Like Nvidia, Tesla, Netflix, Apple, the big tech names. I don't like messing with those short. So if I do trade them, I like to focus predominantly long with those stocks. But when it comes to the gap strategy, I like shorting more than I do going long. I find that with the gaps, the percentage that there's plenty that work out long, right? But like for example, today ADI gapped up on good news. Looks great on a daily. It's breaking out of some consolidation. What did it do? Had a morning push and then totally failed. And I'm sure there were plenty of people that went long in that stock, right? And then ended up taking a big loss on it because there was just no follow through. So, there are plenty of stocks that when they gap up, they go. But I have noticed that when they don't, they very quickly reverse on you. And sometimes you take a little bit bigger of a loss than you want. So I do prefer to short. It just depends on the circumstance and the specific strategy, right? So that's just what works for me or what I found I like. Yeah, and if there's big spreads, 10, 15 cents, there's plenty of times where I've traded stocks with 10, 15 cent spread. But, I noticed that if you happen to be on the wrong side of a 10 or 15 cent spread, a small loser can quickly get to a big loser. So always good to try to focus on stocks that have a tight spread. And I'm not sure if anybody has seen Tesla today, but Tesla's insane, right? The whole market was selling off hard, and Tesla hardly reacted to that. And now Tesla is trading up at 342. One, two, three, four, 5 consecutive green days and all-time highs. Was it 2 days in a row? Unbelievable that stock. Elon really is. He's putting some serious pressure on the shorts. What was it? The fourth of this month when Tesla had like a really big down day. I think the whole market had a big down day, and a lot of people. I think that was right after earnings. Forgot exactly what was the news on it, but big down day, a lot of volume. I'm sure there were plenty of people that started piling on short, figuring that this was going to be it, and then they're just getting squeezed. The tough thing about trying to catch tops, right? Can end ugly pretty fast. GLNG. Yeah, I mean this thing could potentially have some follow through to the downside, right? I mean, if you look on the daily, and this is just my opinion, right? I like to kind of break things down based on how I see it, based on listening to other people break charts down. Doesn't mean it can't go down anymore. It does seem a little extended to the downside on the daily, so who knows how much downside room there is, but obviously just basic rules. It is trending down. It's consolidating below VWAP, kind of having the morning or the lunchtime push back up to VWAP. If it can't hold, then want to focus on the short side. Banks do not look good. I don't know if anybody is taking a look at banks, but Goldman Sachs just broke. Hasn't been at this level for a while. It's the lowest it's been this year in 2017. Goldman Sachs just broke lows. JP Morgan has broke lows, not looking great. Wells Fargo down, Citigroup down, Morgan Stanley, all the banks are down. Financials seem to be pulling this market down. Decided to take a short position on the ADI. Yeah, I mean, I think obviously it's way later in the day, right? So the later it gets taking the position, kind of the direction it's been trending, just means that you're kind of going more towards, getting it towards the lower end of risk, being on a risk reward trade. But yeah, I mean, this thing has been trending down all day. I'm sure there were plenty of people that hopped on, long in the morning and got caught. So, you know, potential, fill the gap type of play. Jill, yeah, I mean, I don't know about, you, but Jill seems to just be, I mean, look at that chart. That just, that's a. Looking chart. Hard to trade a chart that looks like that. Low volume, hasn't moved outside of this 1273 to call it 1240 range. So it's a stock that typically I would stay away from, just because if you look at that, it's 50-50, it seems like, right? It's hard to tell which way it's going to go. Yeah, Fossil. Yeah. I mean, Fossil been downtrending. If you look at the daily on Fossil, right? The daily, I mean, it seems pretty extended. It doesn't mean it can't go any lower, but at what point do you decide that there's a bounce due? So, it's been trending down, right? It's kind of hanging around the VWAP area. It could break down, but it doesn't seem to have too big of range. So you'd have to go. Seems to be pretty heavy share size in order for it to be a worthwhile trade, especially in kind of like volatility. The volume volatility is really low. Just my 2 cents on Fossil. CTRL. CTRL. Yeah, CTRL is breaking down. It is a low float, so I feel like sometimes these low floats they can just reverse so quickly, right? Kind of like the buy the dip when it comes to this stuff. But yeah, I mean, nice little sell off at 20, double top in the weekly. I see what you're talking about. It's not seeing the volatility on a stock. Really, what it is just reading, using the ETFs and stuff to measure volatility in the market. I mean, if you just do any sort of research, volatility is at like 10, 20-year lows. And if you just look at ETFs like UVXY and VXX, you can see that those are, you know, stocks that measure volatility, and they are at all-time lows, meaning the volatility in the market is low. So that's what I was just talking about. And as far as volatility in a stock, it's not like you can read it, but you kind of can by just looking at a chart, right? Like if you look at Nvidia, like look at that morning move from 9:30. It opened up and went from 146 to 142, and now it's back at 145. I mean, that's a volatile stock. I mean, that thing intraday moved, down 4 points and then up three. So, you can just kind of look at a stock and get a judgment based on volatility. If you look at a stock like Jill, this thing's moved, 40 cents up and down all day. Not very volatile, right? And you can also factor in like the ATR of a stock, how much it moves on average per day. Nvidia is a volatile stock and moves points a day. CENX. Yeah, I mean, CTNX definitely bounced, but just be careful with your entry. I mean, if you go long here, it's kind of the perfect definition of chasing. But, just manage risk if you do something like that. I think probably a better long on CENX would have been from that 1375 to 14 range. You get in here, I think you're totally jumping on, you're walking into the party real late. ADI. Yeah, no, Justin, that makes sense. ADI, yep, you can take your share size, and it's not moving too crazy right now. So as long as you just manage risk, makes sense. Hopefully it trends down all day. I mean, if you look at the candle on the daily, it's not a pretty looking candle, right? Ran into that 90 and has totally reversed, and it's just a not a good looking red candle. And you got X, which is making a move higher. Yeah, I mean X got so beat up, right? You look at a daily, X is just it got totally destroyed, and it filled that gap at 11/8/2016. The gap fill was, call it, 21 level. Now it seems to be bouncing a little bit. It just depends on whether or not it actually gets some follow through to the upside. But this could be the start to it. What else is going on? Amazon had a big down move off the morning. I don't know if anybody was watching Amazon. 15 points, pretty much straight down right off the opening print, or a little bit more, almost 18 points before it finally bounced. I mean, all of tech obviously had a tough morning. Nvidia seems to be reversing here, kind of that 144 could potentially be a good trade. Citron Research challenge excess Wall Street. That's Citron Research. As soon as they tweet stuff, it's unbelievable. If you like look at stocks, when that company tweets stuff, stocks react immediately. Will you be looking to short cores at another pop? No, Felix. I'm done trading. I don't like to overtrade. I feel like longevity in this game is the more you sit in front of a computer and hit buttons, the more risk you have. And I feel like as individual traders, we have to be risk managers, right? The more you trade, the more risk you're putting on. At some point you have to realize that in order to make it in this game, you have to just try to manage risk good. And I used to do it all the time. I used to take 15 trades in a day, and I'd be like, I am up and down, and there is no consistency. In order to have some consistency there, I have to try to just hit one or two good trades. I would say my average trades per day are, call it two, call it 1.5, because there's a lot of days where I only trade one time. I just wait for the one setup, take a trade on it, and if I had the right thought process, a lot of times it'll work out, and then I call it. I don't feel a lot of times I like just that the one and done day. Like I got 85 cents on course. I mean, with decent share size, I went not the share size was small. I didn't go a lot of shares, but like assuming that was big share size, I would walk away because I would say I made a good amount of money today. I'm done. So what's the point of continuing to trade just because the number of the P&L is not a big number? The overall day was a good day. It's just the share size would have made a difference. So average share size, call it 200 to 400. I mean, today I only traded 200 shares on course. So it was, 170 bucks pretty quick, and that was just it. I don't feel like I need to put on any more risk at that point. So one and done, call it a day. And remember, that's just my style. It does not mean that that's the right thing to do at all. I've just found, for me personally, the more I sit in front of the computer and press buttons, the uglier things tend to get. So, you know, think of yourself as a small business, what's working and what's not working. The more buttons I hit, the more it doesn't work. So why would I continue to do that? And it took me a while to realize that. I used to think that sitting in front of the computer and hitting buttons more means I have a chance to make more. And even though that is true, you also got to think of the negative. That means you can also lose more. So if you're down a little bit, that little losing day could become a big losing day. And I've done that a lot where I'm down like, call it like down like 50 bucks. And that's a nothing nothing lost, right? And then I take more trades, and now I'm down 200. And then you realize, man, the more I sit in front of the computer and try to trade, a lot of times the worse it gets. So at some point, you got to just not do it, and then vice versa. If you happen to hit, a really good trade, then take what you can get. Especially being that trading is really difficult. 90% of people don't make money. Yeah, right. You can make money in the short term. I feel like making money in the short term is easy. It's keeping that money and then continuing to make more in the long term. And I feel like in the long term, it takes having rules, having discipline, realizing your exact strategy, being completely independent, even if you like being in a chat room, and then understanding when to walk away. And I feel like there's three major trading uh, time periods. There's morning, there's lunch, and there's afternoon. I feel like a lot of people that do well tend to walk away after the morning session, especially in an environment like we're going into now where things tend to slow down a lot, right? So it all depends. Yep. The more you sit in front of the screens, the uglier it gets, at least for myself. Some people can sit in front of the screens all day and they make more, and that's fantastic. Good for them. Doesn't work for me. I tried it, and it just every time it would get worse. And I finally said, all right, if I want to take this serious, I cannot do this anymore. You can't look at this as a hobby. I have to look at this as a business. So you have to try to take your emotions out of it. And I'm slowly getting better. I mean, I've been trading for almost a year now. In a week, it'll be a year. So, it took call it a year for me to realize that. Lucky enough, I didn't lose much money, prior when it probably could have gotten ugly by doing that. I didn't basically break even for a while, and then the last 4 or 5 months, it's just slow consistency. And I use the 1 minute in the morning, and then I like to switch over to a 5 minute chart. Thanks, Christian. Yeah, I cannot believe it's been a year. Crazy, it's been almost a year, and I couldn't tell you the ups and downs that I've had along the way, right? And feel free to throw out tickers. I don't want to get too off topic. I know that during the lunchtime, you're better off not trading, in my opinion. But if there's anything that you guys see, obviously feel free to let me know. Otherwise, I'll kind of just answer questions and talk more about maybe the psychology of trading and get a little bit more into the actual trading, stuff like that. But I know that, man, the ups and downs that I had, the first call, the first, I mean, there's ups and downs in this game every single day, right? But I think you get better as you go on. But the first 6 months were crazy. I had no idea what I was doing. I was looking at charts and just kind of guessing direction, not really knowing why. But I would keep my stops so tight. I'd have like a 5 cent stop loss and I'd like get in and then I'd get out. So I'd lose like 40, $50. And I was trading 1,000 shares at a time because I thought that was the right thing to do. So for the first 6 months, it was so up and down. I didn't know what I was doing. And then finally, after 6 months, after coming into this chat room, finding Mir's YouTube channel, really learning the gap strategy, and then kind of up with my own little strategy, finally, I found some consistency. But yeah, I mean, AAOI, I mean, if you're thinking of a short here, just be careful because, I mean, if you look at AAOI on the daily, right, this thing looks great for upside. It's consolidated, it's tightening up, little wedge pattern. Looks great for eventually to break above to the upside. So this could just be a short-term pullback, and by all means, you can trade that. But just keep in mind that there's some, support around yesterday's close. So we're looking at like the 70.50-ish. So I don't know how much downside there is on AOI. What is the gap strategy, Christian? When stocks open higher or lower than where they closed the previous day, usually means that there's good news or there's bad news. And with good or bad news usually means momentum. So fast moving stocks. And fast moving stocks is not for everybody, but it's a style that I like because if you know what you're doing, then you can usually capitalize on quick gains. So, like, for example, ADI, even though ADI is trending down now, when it initially opened this morning, it opened at 88.51, right? ADI. Yesterday, it closed at 85.17. So it opened up about 3 points. So that's a gap to the upside. And with the yeah, I thought you were asking. So with the gap strategy, it's just focusing on the stocks that are moving. Usually there's a reason why they're moving, right? Whether it be fundamental, whether it be, technically, a lot of the times it's the earnings reports, right? Good news, bad news. Like Coors today, the earnings was not great, and retail has not been getting much love. So it gapped down huge, and then it, continued to have some follow through to the downside. Doesn't always happen like that, but Coors is just a great example of that happening. I try not to trade the first minute at the market open. I mean, what I did today is I really tried to just use levels. So if it took 4 minutes to get to push up into those levels, then I would have traded, in 4 minutes. I ended up taking a trade kind of into the second minute of the day because on that second candle, it spiked up to 33.85. And it just happened to hit those levels and fail. So I ended up taking a trade then. So I try not to trade every single. So how do I know where to enter? I mean, we could talk for hours on that, right? So if you want to private message me, I'll feel free to talk to you a little bit more about that. But I mean, that's like hours. I try to use levels, support and resistance, and have stocks kind of go into support or resistance and then fail. And when they fail, take it short or long, and usually have the high a day or low a day is kind of the stop. So yeah, go ahead and private message me. I'll feel free to have a conversation on that. Just in case there's a lot of other people in the room and they don't necessarily want to hear that the whole time. Feel free to message me. ADI target 87, or do I wait for potential gap lower, especially with the intraday gap? I mean, where have you taken ADI? Where was your trade? Where did you get in at, Justin? Are you currently in the money right now? 87.50. I mean, it's a good entry, right? So you could just say, worst case scenario, I'll break even. You could literally set your stop at 87.50, so you lose $0 in the trade, and you can just hold it for as long as it potentially goes down. Or, use the low of day. I mean, we're coming up on that little pivot low is 87.20. I mean, that's a good little area, right? If this thing continues to break below 87.20, there's probably more downside. And then you can use the whole number of 87 to see if it's going to continue to follow through. Obviously, you don't want to just hold something forever and watch it totally come back to your entry. But ADI does look weak. Doesn't look like this thing is making much of a bounce. I don't think the market is on, its side either, right? The market doesn't look too strong. So being that you're in the money right now, I would say just, hang on, but, don't get too greedy. I mean, right now you're up about 20 cents on it, and it looks good. If this thing breaks below the previous pivot low of 87.20, probably looking at 87, even number, right? So, and then you can always kind of see how it reacts to 87. It looks like it's having trouble breaking through 87. I mean, if you want, you could take some off there and leave a little bit, but I mean, this thing looks good for downside, right? And it looks like we're breaking that pivot low. So, boom, 87.12. This thing just dropped, and this looks good. You can always take a partial. I know that's something that I struggle with. I tend to take my whole position off. You can always take partial and leave a little bit for, a chunk of the move. But I mean, this thing just totally broke down as we were talking, which is great. And the intraday low is 86.89. So if we come up to that 86.89 and break below that, even more downside. Yeah, I mean, partials are, and it's hard for me to even talk about it because I fail at doing this a lot. But just based on, I'll kind of reiterate what I hear Scott and Mir say a lot. It allows you to potentially get, a lot more in the move, right? So if you are profitable on the trade and you take a little bit off, you book some profits. So now you have house's money to be able to mess with. And if the stock continues to go down another dollar, you you're able to capture that move. And that's something that I fail at doing. I don't take partials. I usually end up seeing, I mean, this ADI looks like it's, just broke 87. So if you're in at 87.50, you got a nice trade in your hands. Yeah, I think partials just allow you to potentially get a bigger move, right? And not always. Sometimes you're going to take a partial and then the stock comes right up to where you got in at. And then if break even, you lose a little bit or you don't make as much on the trade. But I mean, how many times have, we've been in here and seen Scott and Mir take their partials and the little bit that they leave on, they end up getting a much bigger move. So I think that's why partials help. I still need to work on that a lot. Being that I'm only trading a couple hundred shares, I tend to just take it off once. I mean, on cores today, I got 85 cents, and I ended up just taking it off. I could have left the partial on and let it kind of run. The low of the day was 32.38, so it was about another 40 cents or 30 cents that I could have got. But after an 85-cent move, I felt like that was a good move. So that was just me how I played that out. What else? Nvidia totally reversed off that 144 level. We'll see if it puts in a lower high. What else is going on? Cores, yeah, hanging around the low. I mean, Cores looks like it has more downside, right? Heavy volume too. There's been 11 million shares done today with Cores, and the average is usually right around 2. So on Cores, I shorted it this morning at 33.55. So when it spiked in the morning, I ended up getting short into that spike, and then I ended up taking the position off at 32.70, so 85 cents. I want to use my TC2000 to see what is up. Jill is up. Yeah, Exis has been just a very choppy trade, very choppy chart. Yeah, I mean ADI is looking really good, right? This thing 86, 87. So this thing can't hold 86, 87. Looking at more downside, I bet. Anybody have any interesting trades this morning? Did they catch any of the shorts in tech? I know that if you were able to kind of anticipate the breakdown on tech from the morning action, there was on all the names: Nvidia, Apple, Netflix, Facebook, Baba, all those had big down moves. Shorted Nvidia for a good trade. Very nice. And, I mean, Nvidia has just been nonstop, right? So it's only healthy to have pullbacks. And this morning happened to just be a pullback, and big trade. You know, 4 points in there. You only need the meat of it to be a really good trade, right? Sig about the breakdown. Let's see. Sig. Yeah, previous day close, lower high, risking off of probably 48. Good risk reward, right? The next pivot high is 48.06. So call it, 48.01. Could be a good trade. Sig is way overextended on the daily, so to the downside. So I mean, it could eventually be bouncing, but yeah, definitely good risk reward. Only about 20 cents, and then potentially have this thing come down two, three, four times that. ADI. No, ADI looks good for more downside. So if you're still holding on to this, I think it's going to be a great trade. I mean, you're up 60-ish cents right now, and you can even, and then this is where you can kind of, you can say your stop will be 87. You know what I mean? So now anything over 87, you take your profits. So now it's a guaranteed winner. I mean, there's no better position to be in as a trader than to know that you're guaranteed to win as long as you come up with the plan and don't let this thing get out of control. So, you could just trail your stop, whatever number makes you feel good. But, call it 87, call it, and just trail this thing down. How do you deal with FOMO and missing trades? It honestly doesn't bother me much because if it happens, it happens. I used to care, but I feel like you can't. If you just continuously always have FOMO, then this is going to be a very, very hard career or even a part-time hobby. So you just have to realize that you either get your chance or you don't, and you live to see another day, and really just try to see it as a business and not necessarily as just some, you know, gambling. I'm out there hitting buttons to try to make some money type deal. So if you miss something, you miss. Yeah, I mean this ADI is continuing to go, so you're in a great trade. I don't know if anybody else is in this, but this ADI has been an amazing breakdown all day. I mean, you can see that pre-market ADI started to trend down, which showed some weakness, and the initial spike in the morning failed to move higher. Good time to short it, and then up way big. Yeah, I mean this ADI could potentially fill the gap, but obviously, when you're in a trade where you're up, 60, 70, 80 cents, those are big moves, right? So it's hard to not want to be greedy, but at the same time, that's a nice per share trade. So I mean, if you're in, so and letting a little bit run, just at least book some profits, and at least now you've booked profits. You got house's money. Nice, very good. I would say, potentially consider peeling some off, just to at least book and at least have it be green in your P&L, right? And then you can leave some to run for if this thing has another 50-cent move in it. I feel like it makes for a good habit, which is something that I don't have. I have a bad habit of not taking partials, and that's because that's what I did for so long. So if you like the idea of taking partials, even though it kind of hurts because it could potentially go another 50, and with 500 shares, it's $200 instead of this. If you take your partials, I feel like it just builds good habits. But I mean, this ADI does not look good. So this thing's just been bleeding all day. What else? Cores is still hanging on the low. Axis finally broke down. So it's coming to that previous day close. We'll see if this is an area right here. If it can't hold, probably more downside. ADI looking good. You got a good good trade on your hands. Nice trade. Nvidia coming back to 144 again. We can't hold that 144. Plenty more downside. What else is going on? SPY coming up at 241. FL. I mean, FL got very beat up on the daily. It's been consolidating. So could eventually make, I mean, as far as today, I don't really see anything too clear. I mean, you could go long over the highs, or you could wait for this thing to go to 59.50 and potentially go short. So it doesn't seem to have too much of a clear trend. So in my opinion, I wouldn't even know, and I would stay away. Um, but it has been really beat up on the daily. So there's going to be, I'm sure, plenty of people who see this as a potential value stock. So there may be some people who are trying to buy this and see if it doesn't start moving its way back up into the gap. Looks like Exis is breaking down, couldn't hold previous day low or previous day close. See how much more downside is there. PYPL. Be careful on PayPal. It is really strong on the daily. So it is, you're going against everything, but doesn't mean that it can't work. Recipe for setup once the market's open. We'll just keep it really simple. I focus on just the gaps. When stock gap down, I focus on just shorting on the downside. I never really try to go long on stocks that are gapping down and play the opposite. But what I like is, as far as stocks that are gapping down, I like for the initial move to be up, and then short once into the move up for a better risk reward. And then on stocks that are gapping up, I'm actually finding out that a lot of times they actually end up rolling over. So even shorting spikes on gap ups can work well. Like ADI today was a great example of really showed weakness pre-market, had that spike into 90, failed to hold 90, easy short. It obviously doesn't always work like that, but I mean, as far as a process and a setup, that's my favorite setup would be stock that is gap down, has the initial morning push within the first couple minutes, and then take it short, using that as risk, or maybe, a whole number if it's close to a whole number. Yeah, ADI spiked into resistance. Exactly. I mean, I did some basic pre-market, support and resistance that I thought would come into play, and I thought 90 and 90.87 were big areas of resistance, and one of those came into play. It spiked up into 90, pushed through 90, ended up rolling back over below 90, and it never saw 90 again. You had 90.60, nice. Yeah, I mean 90.60 was also a level too. So pushed up through 90 and then rolled over. And just trying to get better at realizing that sometimes those spikes in the morning, those are fake outs. And at times I would chase those and then very quickly take big losses and be like, what the heck's going on here? Rather than maybe waiting for those spikes. And then if they totally fail, taking a short on it and then, just managing risk. ADI. That's okay. It was a good trade. You had a really good trade in your hands. You got, what was it, 75 cents on it? It's a great trade. Oh, good or bad news? Yeah, well, I was just saying that, usually a gap happens because of good or bad news, right? Not always. Sometimes technically, the gaps happen because technically they look good on a chart. But like the reason ADI gapped up today is because they had good news. I believe their earnings were good. I'm not 100% sure on the news, but their earnings were good, or they were somewhat good. So it gapped up. Course gapped down because the earnings news was not great. So I like to play the kind of the fundamental catalyst, which is the news, and that's what we do in this room, right? We play earnings. We're all trading during earnings, and earnings is it's either good news or bad news. It gaps up because they like when Nvidia gapped up a while back, the initial gap up on Nvidia, which was the 10th of this month, it gapped up because Nvidia crushed earnings. And look at it since. It's just been a complete gap and go. That's not always the case, but sometimes when a stock has that good news, it kick starts the move, the direction. There could be more downside on cores here because the news wasn't great and all-time lows, could have another follow-through day before it bounces. But just trying to use news as a way to using news, using market sentiment, and using technicals on a chart to align everything together is how I try my best to figure out whether or not a trade is worth taking or not. Market sentiment as of recent, retail has been getting destroyed. So the sentiment is not good. So when cores gap down, immediately I thought technically on a chart it looks terrible. It's all-time lows. Sentiment for retail is not good. So I was like, I'm confident that this thing will probably be lower on the day, just based on market sentiment, based on technically on a chart. Happen to have a little move lower, right? So try not to overthink it, but being able to couple everything together. And I feel like when you can do that, it just gives you more conviction. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, right? How many times is something supposed to work out and it doesn't? I feel like it gives you more confidence and conviction to come up with a specific, a trade rather than just looking at a chart technically and saying, this is lower. I'm going to short it, or this is higher. I'm going to go long. Sometimes if the earnings aren't great, and even if a stock gaps up, they sell it off hard, in the morning because it wasn't as good as they expected. Like, what's a good example? Like Momo, you know, Momo had good earnings, and look at was it 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5 days after earnings, big red days. What else? I think PLCE, the children's place, it gapped up on good news and totally sold off that day. So sometimes if the news isn't amazing, they still can sell. Yeah. See, and like normally you would think, hey, this should go, but I feel like the sentiment with Momo is like a lot of people try to short it. So like I feel like a lot of traders like try to short Momo for whatever reason. So I mean, look, we can. There's plenty of reasons on why it's supposed to do whatever, but it's a huge red day after it gapped up, and I'm sure not a lot of people thought that was coming. But do I use stock twits? I mean, I have stock twits. I don't go on it a lot. I only follow like a couple people, and like I occasionally will pull it up, but I really don't. I'm not on social media I try not to get on Twitter when it comes to trading. I don't really go to stock twits. It's a lot of noise out there, and it can mess with your head. So I avoid it. Most people don't know what they're talking about, or I feel like a lot of people lie. So I try to avoid it. What else is going on? Everything is just pretty slow. Pretty slow. ADI having a little pullback. I mean, it only makes sense, right? Stocks have to pull back. Even if they continue, they never just go straight down. Got to expect normal pullbacks and normal flags. Just depends if this thing continues to put in lower highs or higher lows, then maybe the trend could change and this has a push up to VWAP area. But if it continues to hold, lower highs and lower lows, then this could potentially fill the gap or just have more downside. So we got ADI coming back to 87. Yeah, I mean this could potentially be a little flag, right? So it just depends if this breaks. What else is going on? Cores is still hanging around. It just doesn't seem to be moving. X's bounced off 35. All right, just give me 1 minute, guys. I'm going to get a refill my water, and I'll be back in 1 minute. All right, I'm back, guys. I don't think I muted it either. When I walked up, I saw ADI. Anybody else looking at anything? I know lunch is a little slow. What else is going on? See, Exis seems to be. I know somebody mentioned it before in the chat. Exis just seems to be a little choppy. It's a very hard stock to read. You know, harder it is to read, I feel like the more difficult it is to trade, and probably want to make your life easier by not getting into stuff that's difficult like that. ACIA, yeah, just really light volume right now. I mean, the thing is barely moving, right? No, not necessarily my style, but it doesn't mean that it's not. I mean, the volume's a little low, I would think, but yeah, spies that 241 seems to be a a big level. Have a couple lower highs on SPY. So if this thing breaks below 241, seems pretty hard for this thing to come back. But anything can happen. Try not to predict too much because you end up driving yourself nuts. What else is going on? Tesla, double top reversal at 342, pulling back. Okay. Look at AAOI. What's it doing? AAOI. Double top from this morning, reversed. Because I got a question, a private question, and I figured maybe this is just a good topic to talk about. I know somebody asked me talking about like how I personally go about, placing stops and placing risk, and do I have a max, loss per day, and do I basically risk all of it on one trade? So every trade is different, right? I like to use high of previous pivots or whole numbers just as risk because those tend to be, obviously areas of resistance. And if, you short something and it goes above highs, it tends to have a squeeze. And, every trade is different, right? No trade is going to be the exact same amount. I tend to keep them right around the same, but no one is the exact same. So I ended up taking cores short with 200 shares. And I just decided that if this goes to 34, I'm probably wrong. So I just decided at that moment to risk off of 34. If I had taken the trade short at 35 or 33.80, I still would have risked off of 34. So my risk would have only been 20 cents on 200 shares. That would have been 40 bucks. Being that I took it short where I did, 200 shares, and it was 45 cents, it just happened to be that my risk on that trade was $90. So the risk is different every single trade based on whatever strategy you use. That's just mine. And my max loss per day is 200. So if I hit 200 bucks pretty quick, I usually shut down the computers because it's just not working out. So figured I maybe would just go over that in the chat real quick. And if I went bigger share size, the risk would have been more, right? Like if I had gone 400 shares at 33.55, the risk would have been $180. It would have been double. But I didn't take 400 shares because I didn't feel like I needed to at that moment. And I didn't want to put on that much risk. So I tailored the share size just based on how I felt. And I usually go 2 to 400 shares. Um, Honestly, on a trade like Chords, I probably would normally go 400 shares. I felt like being that volatility is a little low, it's slowing down a bit. Why not just take 200? And if I get a decent trade out of it, just be happy with it. But the only time that I'll move up my share size is when I have a much bigger cushion on my account. The one thing with a leveraged account is if you go too big share size too quick, you can blow up really fast, right? So I feel like you have to do base hits. Every time I've tried to go bigger on an account where it's not where it's leveraged the way that it is, when I take a loss, the loss is huge as far as the percentage on my account. So I learned that the hard way. I know it's nice to make money, but think about it. These accounts are leveraged to all max. So if you're not smart with your share size, you're going to blow up in an instant. Um, So that's kind of where I see it. And that's where I have to be careful. So even though trading 200 shares is not a big amount, I mean, think about it. The account was only a $3,000 account. And at, 200 shares, I was in a stock for 6,000. So I was in for twice the amount than I have money in my account. That's highly leveraged. So if you don't play your cards correctly, you can really take big losses fast. So until I have a very large cushion, I don't see the reason to have to step it up. I know at some point you have to, but with such high leverage, you also got to be very careful. At least I know I do personally. So to make $170 on my 3,000, I mean that the percentages on that are crazy, right? Like guys on Wall Street would be like, that's just not normal. That's insane. Risk is different every trade, right? It's never the exact same, but I try not to ever risk more than like 50 cents. And at a couple hundred shares, call it $100. Yeah, I mean, I guess, James, but at the end of the day, you have to you have to be the expectations have to be real, right? So if your expectations are, I don't have a small amount, but let's just go massive share size to grow this account, you're going to blow up more than you won't, in my opinion. If you have a bunch of base hits along the way, yes, it takes longer, but it's a much safer way to get to a point where you have a big cushion on your account, and then you can step size up. Like I made 170 bucks today on 200 shares. I don't know about you, but in my opinion, that's a pretty decent sized gain on a small account in one day on only 200 shares. Can't expect that every day, but at the same time, I feel like it's hard to have expectations of saying, I'm going to try to make a living on a highly leveraged account trading very large share size. One mistake and it could be the difference. So you just got to be careful. It's just trying to manage risk. It's what works best for me. It doesn't mean it's the right way. I know that when I have stepped up share size and I take a hit, percentage wise as a risk manager, it's terrible. You know, I mean, if you have a $3,000 account and you lose $400 on a trade, as far as being a risk manager, those percentages are huge. You just took a massive hit on your total account, where a lot of people use the rule of don't risk more than 1%. right? Because they're usually in it for more the longer term until they get their account big enough where they can take more risk. Yeah, I mean, if you made $100 a day average and you made $2,000 in a month on a $3,000 account, those numbers are staggering in 1 month, considering that Wall Street guys consider 10% a year amazing. You know what I mean? It's all about expectations and reality. I know it's nice to say like, hey, guys make, 10, $20,000 a month trading, but on a three, $3,000, $6,000 account, I mean, to say you're gonna have 100% a month every single month is like unheard of, right? It's all about the percentages. And even a $2,000, profit on a $3,000 account, I mean, that's 66% in 1 month. That's insane, you know? People make 66% a year and they're breaking records. So just always keep that in mind and remember. Cores is just moving pretty slow right now, but looks like more room to the downside, just not really moving much. ADI broke that little flag pattern, pushed up to 80, 87 area, then broke the little flag and right back down. What else is going on? Yeah, no, that's true. That's true, Christian. And it's also realizing it's a percentage game, right? Like a lot of people who do the trading, it's on percentages. So to say, I mean, if 50% a year is incredible, then think about it. On a $3,000 account, making $1,500 the entire year is like record breaking numbers. So to sit there and kind of have expectations of saying, oh, well, you can make 4 or 5 thousand dollars a month. Those are unbelievable numbers. Those are like unheard of, crazy, staggering numbers. So just, always got to kind of keep in mind, put it into perspective, especially on small accounts. Even if you double the small account in 1 year and you did 100% and only made $3,000 in a year, the numbers are crazy. You're doing things that Wall Street guys would not even understand. Thanks, Neil. It's good to be back. The trip was amazing. It's good to take a vacation when you kind of been doing something for so long, right? Get a little break. Spy. Yeah, Spy's making a push higher. All right, guys. Scott will be back in about 5 minutes. So just a heads up, he'll be coming in here soon. Lead you into the afternoon session. Just remember, if you guys have had a couple good trades, you know, don't be a robot sitting at the computer. Realize that there is a time and a place, and in a market like this, the volatility really dies down. So be careful. WRLD. I mean, I don't know about you. I mean, this stock has done 43,000 shares all day. I don't. That's not a stock I want to touch. So just be careful if you want to mess around with that. Literally, like no orders going through right now. So yeah, I mean, world. That's a crazy looking. I mean, if you look at things intraday, those candles are crazy looking. They're like not even full candles. On a 1 minute chart, it looks like scribble. Damn. Ambo, what else? W. I mean, W looked good for a breakout yesterday, and it even just went above the high, and I'm sure it trapped a lot of people. It's good on a daily. The break above 65 went just above it, and then totally reversed hard. So kind of that initial spike faked people out. You guys is really breaking down, huh? Amba gap down and continues. Yeah, second day continuation. And the very first 1 minute candle was a spike. So there goes an example of kind of having that fake out, right? Spike up, no follow through, and then continues to roll hard the other way. Looks kind of similar to ADI, right? Sorry, that's my squeaky chair. Spy, what happened? Whoa. Yeah. Spy's a little choppy. You see, I mean, it's hard to, as those push, totally fail to move higher. So we'll see if we can break below some of the pivot lows and potentially get some more downside. I feel like this is kind of that low volume environment, right? Things are a little choppy, a little sporadic. I believe yesterday, how much volume did the SPY do? Did like 35 million. It was like one of the lowest all year. All right, guys. Scott is coming back into the room. It's nice hanging out with you guys, talking a little bit about trading and everything else. We'll take you into the afternoon lunch. So have a good day. Thank you for your guys' time.
Traders, good afternoon. It's Scott. Welcome back from lunch. Welcome back to the afternoon session here. I couldn't have put it any better than what Matt said. Very, very slow. And I hate to kind of precurse everything with the with what I said in the morning. But as you do move into June, it will get slower and slower. Okay, so that just happens. And as we start to get into the summertime, you're going to notice that as you start to come back from lunch, it's going to be really, really slow. So, as we start to move, we need to make sure that you're prepared for it. And one of the things to be prepared is to do your homework and do the do your preparation in the morning. Get that down pat, and don't worry about the afternoon. It's just like it's just like what we were doing yesterday. I'm sorry, this morning. Get your stuff done, get your trades done, and be done for the day. You know what I'm saying? So, with that being said, it's going to be those quick in and outs and not scalping so much, but just being a surgeon. Okay, now after we've discussed that, know it's going to be slow. One of the things that will help you or will help us is a scanner. And I will turn mine on now here this afternoon, start to take a look around, see if we do get any pokes at all this afternoon. Hey, here's the deal with ADI. Any round number, William, any whole number, 87, 88, 89, 90, anything like that. Stock has pulled back down. It is on a downtrend here. And it will, it may go up. But the market right now, the market really hasn't done a darn thing since I've been gone. You guys didn't do anything. watch ADI here, see if it gets anything going here. Markets. You know, you see Coors just going sideways. SIG not doing a darn thing. Josh, then you've done very well, right? That's good. It's good to hear, my friend. SIG coming down. Wouldn't it be funny if that thing did break 47 today? We'll see. We will see. Okay, MTNB, we'll take a look at that. Let's see here, MTNB. Okay, we'll spike down $2 stock, not going to get involved. SIG, I'm going to spread this stock out just a little bit here. Watch that as we try to get down to 47. SIG melting, coming down. ADI does not know what it wants to do. I'll take a look at Momo. Again, I've got my scanner on here. Now, Momo would be a play to the upside. There's a spike high. I'll show you what I'm looking at here. There's a spike high on Momo right here. And this is right after the opening bell. So it'd have to be 38.33, right around in there, over the top of this, 38.34. That's where you'd want to take a look at it. I'll keep it on my radar. I'll keep it up here on my other screen. Slow as can be, right? Which one, Josh? VRA? Yeah, no doubt. Just a continual, yeah, just a continual move higher here, grinding higher. JDST. I'll just keep looking at these until we get any type of trade. Yeah, JDST. Wow, what a move, huh? That's the gold miner stock. Okay, SIG looks little handle down here. Tighten that up just to see it a little bit better. Waiting for that thing to flush out here. If it ever gets below 47, I'm going to take this trade. ADI trying. Market, again, market is so dead, right? Let me take a look at AAOI. I mean, JDST bouncing off the bottom here. HTZ moving higher. Let me take a look. AAOI. I mean, the only thing you can say about AAOI is maybe that 70-50 area, which would take out yesterday's close, Rita. Yeah, CCU. Let's see here. Just looking at the scanner here. It's moved 6 cents. No big deal. TTWO. Steady climb. 77 possible entry there. Be interesting to see what the end of the day has for us here. Okay, ADI pushing up. Let's see, TLYS. TLYS grinding higher. Market looks like it's just watching paint dry right now. JDST approaching 80. Cores flatlining. Let's put JDST down here, and we'll take cores over here. If not, that could fail and come back down. We'll watch that. Okay, JDST looking good. Amazing what that thing can do, right? And these are the type of trades where you look at it and you have to say, okay, let's back it up and take a look at the daily here. You know, bounce down. What was the, what did we just see here? What number? 79. See if 79 has any significance to it. 80, 81 has some significance to it, but big, huge. Look at that. Unbelievable. Like under 80, you could probably take it as a short. Let me see PRGO. I'd still remain long over 71 on PRGO. And then SORL. Yeah, that's probably a short SORL. What about this JDST? See, JDST is an ETF. I'll just watch it for now. I'd probably take it under 80 for a short. CCU. SIG looks a little sick. There's that JDST under 80 now. Yep, beige book is in 2 minutes at 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, I'm going to turn the TV on and just see what we get here. Here comes the beige book. Okay, there's the beige book out. Little changed. So I mean, I don't think you're going to see much happen. We've improved about 5, 6, 8 points, and then really nothing here. Yep, Momo taking off. Momo broke out at the top there. Look at this JDST trade, just perfect breakdown here. Wow. JDST just bounced right back. SIG is starting to come down now. I don't use trade ideas. No, I don't have anything against them though either, Johan. Not at all. I mean, they're good. I just use news hedge because I'm used to it. That's good, Matt. Let's make some money, and you can order it online. Maybe tomorrow morning you get in here early. We trade, have a successful day. You can order it tomorrow. That way you'll be able to enjoy it the whole rest of the summertime. Right? JDST taking off here. Again, still watching ADI pulling down here. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind espresso. I don't really drink a lot of tea. I mean, a lot of coffee type drinks. There you go, Robert. Good. Good one. Good one. The market's still going sideways. Traders, we're just about 221 now in the afternoon. Still looking around for a trade. Market has done absolutely nothing. In fact, it's just gone 3 points. 3 points since I've been back. Okay, again, not doing much of anything. I'm going to bring this JDST chart back around and take a look at this, possibly under 80. I mean, it looks solid here. I just don't have any direction of the market. Which one, Michelle? Which stock? CLR? CLR, let's take a look here. HTZ coming back up. CLR. CLR had remained to the downside, maybe under 37.50. Just don't have the volume to be taking these chances though right now, I'll tell you that. ADI starting to percolate a little bit here. Yeah, markets improved about 8 points. Yep, I saw a snap before too. I mean, just look at some of these stocks like MNK, ACIA. I mean, just absolutely flat. Even SIG here not doing a darn thing. Okay, traders still looking for a trade. Again, we've talked about this many times before. There's no reason to take a trade if something's not. I'm just not going to trade to trade. So if it gets slow here, we're still here. Just watching it. I'll take a look at all the ones you guys have on here. WFC under 51. Yeah, sure. I like it. Wells Fargo under 51. We'll switch out with ADI right here and put ADI up over here. It's just real slow with this. Good volume though. Let's take a look at the daily here on Wells Fargo. Yeah, definitely. Let's take this trade. We'll put WFC up here and we'll take it under 51. I'll make the announcement here. WFC short under 51. Okay, there goes JDST dropping. Watch WFC, Wells Fargo here. HTZ, I see HTZ over $10. Someone over $10 here. And MNK, I wouldn't touch MNK, just really, really flat right now, MNK. Got 3 cents to go right now on WFC. We'll take this trade. Watch it short now. 3 cents to go. Needs to break 51. Penny to go. Watch it here. 1 cent to go. WFC for the short. Breaking the whole number 51. Let's hope. A lot of support, 51.01. A lot of buyers. They're getting fed. 51.01 is getting fed here. Okay, there's the break. If you're short the stock, I'm going to be looking at probably 20 cents at least. Okay, let's let it drop here again. Hopefully we'll see this end of day dropping down towards that 50.80 here. Looking for 20 cents. It's pressing. It's pressing, Ernest. Yep. It's going to be a slow one, but still okay. WFC still right at our entry here. Yes, absolutely, Tom. Yep. 51 was our entry. Okay, we're looking good here. Another 11 cents to go. 11 cents to go. Yeah, JDST would have given us a good, real good trade. SIG, like I've been saying, under 47. We got about 15 cents to go. Salbox, the trading was awesome today. Awesome, brother. Just up over 1,900 bucks now. Still working on this WFC trade here to the right. SIG may trigger as we get closer to 47 here. I'd love to see it below that. Yeah, HTZ over 10. It's not going to be a big mover though. You can take a look at it here on the chart, you know, and take a look at the daily. Let's move this WFC since we're already into the trade. Got about 9 cents to go on WFC. So HTZ down, right? And pointing down. But for the day, moving up over $10. $10 is always significant to traders and to people that are wanting to buy, because a lot of the hedge funds can't buy anything under $10. So the stock always struggles to get there. 9 cents to go on WFC. SIG, like I've been saying. Okay, 6 cents less left on WFC. WFC, 6 cents left. David, if you'll look under the announcement tab, I announced WFC under 51. So I don't have any. I'm already in the trade. I'm not going to set a sell order in. I'm just going to keep my finger on the trigger. Okay, traders, 3 o'clock power hour coming up. Let me take a look at costs. Here comes HTZ, HTZ. Okay, let me see, COST. Yeah, absolutely. Looks just like it. But on that trade, Justin, I would wait till 180. Break a 180 to the upside on COST. Here's, I'm going to take my 12 cents here on WFC. WFC, I'm out three quarters of the trade right now. WFC, okay, out, done. See that little green candle here looking like that volume spike's going to come in here and take me out. Let's see what the other one is, NBR. Yeah, NBR over what, 875? I like it. Okay, looks like WFC is going to take out the bottom here. Couldn't come at a better time. Absolutely, Neil. You take care, brother. Have a great evening. Again, traders, today up 1927 for the day, and have got the WFC trade that I've just come out of. So if you guys are part of the WFC trade right now, you can let that go. I'm thinking if the market continues this downward move, we're down 40. We've only whipsawed about 8 points or so, 8 points or so this afternoon. If WFC continues to fall, just watch the 50-80 line here for some more downside in the stock. If not, the stock could come back up to that 51, and that's where you've got to remove yourself from the trade. Again, very, very slow right now, very slow. JDST coming down now. Very, very interesting action this afternoon. A bit slow as we've seen, and really nothing else happened. And I'll take a look at EXAS. Again, it's just starting to melt upwards. You know, I would say, yeah, favor the upside, William. I mean, it's up for the day in a down market, so it's got momentum. I mean, we've been hovering though. We're down 42, and let's see, 5 points, 4.6 on the S&P, and the Nasdaq just down a little bit right now. Ernest, I would say I don't know if it would be a big sell-off. I think we continue down the same way we were coming, which is down, right? So I think so. Yeah. Um, it is. If you look at JDST here and you pull it back a day, I mean, it's down at that line, that 79 line. It's hugging it based on some support from yesterday. Support in here, although it did drop. I mean, unless the market gets really bad, I think it continues to go lower here. Yeah, I think so. ADI flatlining here. WFC just coming up. I think SIG just waiting to fall back down here, actually. What do we got? About 40 minutes left. I mean, do you think anybody's going to be buying into the close today? That's the question. I don't think so. Yep, HTZ just popped above 10. You got about 5 cents in that trade. David, I would say give yourself a chance at a funded account with Comex. I would definitely say so, yeah. Okay, traders got about 30 minutes left. 30 minutes left in the day. Not much, no. Nothing more. Friday's the big day. Friday's the employment number. I don't really, Freddie. I don't really follow it, other than I know it's at an all-time high. I don't. I don't know much about it. I really don't. I don't have an opinion either way. I don't know much about it. I, you know, I plead the fifth, I guess. Watching SIG here also. Looks like it's going to hit the top and probably roll back down again. I mean, I'm hoping I mean, I was thinking about taking this SIG short right here, but I don't. Man, I don't think I'm going to get it here. 23 minutes left in the day. Maybe SIGO roll over, maybe not. Just looks to me like we're just going to flatline into the close with nothing going on, nothing else going on. That's what I really think. I think we do nothing here. WFC crawling up here, Wells Fargo. I mean, small bias, small recovery to the upside here, but nothing else. IRBT, let's take a look at it here. Yep. I mean, if it drops, what's the low? What's the low? It drops, what, 92.27? 92.27? I don't know. I mean, it's kind of a funny market into the close here. We're holding on, still down a touch. Okay, traders, about 16 minutes to go here now. 16 minutes. Yep, good one, Clifton. We do get started tomorrow, 8:45. I'll be on at 9:15. Mayor should be back with us tomorrow on Thursday to take us into the end of the day. So I don't see anything else going on right now with the market. As a matter of fact, just one trade this afternoon, and that's it. You're awesome, Ian. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow. Good job, Jan. Way to go. Hey, there's about 13 minutes to go now. 13 minutes to go. Great, Michelle. Glad you're profitable today. It's awesome. Okay, about 9 minutes left to go. 9 minutes. 8 minutes to go. 8 minutes to go. Five minutes to go. I will not take another trade now. Will not take another trade. Okay, Johan, take care of yourself. Okay, traders, with 3 minutes left in the day, I am going to be finished. I will see everybody tomorrow at 9:15. Clifton will be on at 8:45. He'll be taking over for the new trader announcements, and he'll get you guys started in the morning. I'll be back tomorrow. I will not be here on Friday this week nor Monday. Friday or Monday, Meir and Michael will be here leading you guys. So enjoy the night. God bless you guys all. I will see you all tomorrow morning. Let's have a great night. Dow's going to go out losing about 20 points. S&P almost a point, and the Q's relatively flat along with the NASDAQ. So Had a great day today. Great day trading this morning. Hung in there this afternoon. Didn't give much back. And again, tomorrow should be a great day for all of us. I'm looking forward to it. God bless you guys all. Have a great night. Take care, everyone.